All right, and we're live. Here we go. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam,
Can't
LazarBeam,
help but
LazarBeam.
think that it sounds like lesbian.
Hey, I'll try to stay concentrated.
Sorry,
LazarBeam,
sorry.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Now let's start in my head. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. This is such a tongue twister, man. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 hell. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian.
Lesbian.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. This is such a tongue twister when you
Hey,
say
you
that.
keep going, keep going.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. I already regret this video. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. I can't. I don't know what I'm saying. LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, Lesbian, LazarBeam, Lesbian, LazarBeam, Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, Lesbian, LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, Lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam? Yeah, that's exact. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, Lesbian, LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, Lesbian, LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, LazarBeam. Lesbian, lesbian, laserbeam, 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 lesbian, lesbian, laserbeam, 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 LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 Elizabeth, 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 Lazy 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 Lesbian, 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 laser beam, laser beam, laser beam, laser beam, laser beam, laser beam, lesbian, laser beam, 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 lesbian, 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 laser beam, 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 lesbian. Laser beam, 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 laser beam.
Let's go! 1,000 already.
Laser beam, 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 laser beam. Like I don't even feel like I'm saying laser beam. Laser beam, laser beam, laser beam, laser beam, laser beam, laser beam, laser beam. Laser beam, 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 laser beam. Laser beam, 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 laser beam. Laser beam, 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 blah blah blah. Laser beam, 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 laser beam. Laser beam, 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 laser beam. Laser beam, 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 laser beam. Laser beam, 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 laser beam. Laser beam, 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 laser beam. Laser beam, 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 LazarBeam, 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 fuck. Oh, LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Thank you, Bradley. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 dude. Oh my gosh. This is so gonna be so hard. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Oh, LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Thanks, Evie. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Holy moly! I need a drink. What are we at? 2,220. My throat is hurting already. I see you, chat, by the way. I'm reading your messages. Just got to keep my voice to try and hit this 100,000. Oh, this is going to be tough. Because I've got a punishment if I don't get 12,000. Sorry, if I don't get 100,000 in 12 hours. Okay. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. I Fletcher. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Oh man. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. I'm crying in the inside reading. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, huh?
I feel bad.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. How does the string look?
Pretty good.
Okay, thank God. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. You can interview me whenever, by the way.
Okay.
lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Because you had that on your schedule, didn't you? Yeah. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
Lesbian?
I don't know what I'm saying. It's so hard to say lesbian constantly. Lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Not stopping, Evie. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. My throat is so sore. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Thank you, Brad. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
You're getting close to 5,000, it looks like. So how are you feeling?
Yes. I am feeling not great. Sorry, I forgot how to say any other words apart from LazarBeam. Yeah, my throat is very, very dry. I'm struggling a bit. I'm seeing chat though. Chat is motivating me. I can't believe I've already been going for 48 hours.
I know. Wait, 48 hours?
Sorry, 48 minutes.
Like,
I
you're
can't
losing
speak.
your mind.
I know. I am already losing my mind. Yeah, I can't speak properly. Yeah, but this is gonna be one hard challenge.
Yep, only 95,000 more to go.
Yes.
Great.
Stop him again. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. You should record when it gets hits this hour as well. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Subtopics. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yay for 5,000. Let's go. Have a quick drink. I told myself I'd have a drink at 5,000. I'm doing just great, Thomas. Just great. Oh, this water tastes amazing. Can you do the math, Regan? Because I can't do math while I'm doing this.
Do the what?
Can you do the math? So I'm at 5,000, and I've been going for, say an hour. Will I reach?
Oh, jeez, I'm really bad, man.
Yeah, but you got time. Will I reach 50,000 in 6 hours?
No. Never think.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Pardon. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
Okay, according to my calculations,
Yeah.
you should do it in around and between 11 and 12 hours to get to 100,000.
Really?
I think so.
Is your
going
calculations
at
definitely correct?
Not definitely. I can't rely on it, but
So
I think so.
when should I hit 50,000? How long will it take me to hit 50,000? Going off what I just did then. Keep it there. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam,
No, I think I got that
LazarBeam,
wrong.
LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam.
I think I got that very wrong.
Okay, so what's the real story? LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam,
You get the calculator.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, LazarBeam.
I think it'll take you about 19 hours.
Right. So, great.
Yep. You may hear a lot.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Really? 1 hour for 5,000. 2 hours for 10,000. You just work it like that. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LM. Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
Yes.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Okay, and that's if I stay at my first pace.
Yeah.
Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. All right, guys, should be here for 20 hours around about. Let's go. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Jesus. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Shortbread. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Have a look up, Brad. Just see Regan on the chat. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yeah, go subscribe to Bradley. I can't talk properly, but he's gonna film making us a Minecraft boat for a future video that we're gonna be doing soon. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yes, I know I've got to pick up the pace. Regan did the math, and apparently it's going to take me about 20 hours. So yeah, I'm going to have to try, but dude, you do not understand my throat. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. F. Regan Smith is actually right. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, 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 lesbian. What am I saying? Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 and lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Bro, if we hit like 100,000 subscribers, if we had 100,000 subscribers, that's like so many people.
Yeah.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian,
Let's go. You're almost at King.
That probably sounds like A's on the stream. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
Yes, 1,000 more than 10,000.
Yes, I got a pee.
Right. First pee of the day.
Oh, shit.
It's like standing.
Oh, it's fucking weird.
I'm just gonna warm the seat up, you know. I don't even think there's anyone here. I'm glad I'm not in this position. I was keeping your seat warm.
Thank you. Oh, 1,000 more.
I reckon you just smash this one out so fast.
That's what I've been trying to do for everyone, bro.
No, but like this one's like
Okay.
5 times.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Okay, just check the stream still going fine with my charger. I just noticed my fan went a little bit more. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. It's good? Yeah. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Thanks, Thomas. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Starting to get some viewers, Regan. They're ready for the 10,000. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Hi Tilly. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 beam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
Let's go. 10K.
10K. Let's go. I would celebrate a little more if my throat wasn't dying. Okay, so what do we have to do? We're going to DM LazarBeam. So I was thinking, as I was saying the LazarBeam and LazarBeam over and over again, I was thinking, so yeah, we'll like text him, and then also I'll like put like a story tag in him, and yeah, hopefully he sees it, maybe possibly. I know, we need to like, how can we promote it? I know I'll take a picture and put it on my Instagram story first. sent me a message. Update a picture. That was horrible. It's too dark. It's very dark, isn't it?
It does a little bit. Can you use your flash?
Yep. Maybe. That made it worse.
Ah.
Saying at LazarBeam. Why is it not coming up? Oh, no. LazarBeam, YouTube. What's that underscore? Is that really how much his underscore is? And that LazarBeam 100,000 times. We just hit 10,000. Really doesn't seem like much, 10,000 to 100,000 though, but still happy about that. Yeah, it feels good just getting into those tens of thousands of numbers. Yeah. Okay. And then I hope I tagged the right LazarBeam.
Yeah, that would be a bit of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that isn't the LazarBeam, dude. I knew. Oh, God damn it. Waste time doing this. Can you pull up the actual LazarBeam on your phone? Oh, that's probably this one. Is it that? LazarBeam Y2?
LazarBeam Y2, yeah.
Okay, cool. Saying LazarBeam Y2 100,000 times. Just at 10,000. Yay. Remember, you should do a time lapse as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just at 10,000. Okay. All right. Saying at LazarBeam. Just said his name, so I might as well click it. There we go. We posted on the story. Sent to LazarBeam. This is the right one because I know record. So we just sent this to LazarBeam. It's the verified one. And what should I say as a message? In case you never know. Sometimes YouTubers see them. It's quite unlikely, but it's more likely that maybe he'll just see it when he searches LazarBeam or something. Maybe. But what should I say to LazarBeam?
Post the video already.
It sounds very demanding. How about We are saying your name. Imagine that. Just get a message from someone just saying, we are saying your name 100,000 times. We are saying your name 100,000 times. Mean a lot if you could say hi. We are saying your name 100,000 times. Mean a lot. Okay. Saying your name 100,000 times. It would mean a lot if you could say hi. Okay, back to saying his name now. After I have a little drink of water. What have we done? We've done for an hour 50. Okay, so I actually did my second 5,000 faster.
That's gone really fast. I don't even lie.
Has it?
It felt quicker than school.
What do you mean?
School feels like ages in 12.
Alright, then another 15,000. Energy drink surprise. Can you do me a favour? Grab a bowl, please. Some popcorn. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam,
Where are the
LazarBeam,
bowls?
LazarBeam. If you can't find it, just ask my mum. It's like, you know, where the cups and stuff are. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, ooh, I spit popcorn in it. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Cheers. Just a bit easy to eat. Oh. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Do you know what you're doing? Remember, it's touchscreen. What?
You keep doing it.
You gotta make sure you're recording at 1080 as well, not 4K. You hear me? LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. You've got to make sure you're recording at 1080, otherwise it won't work. Sweet. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
I just won't worry about the time.
Sorry?
Won't worry about
I think time that should be cool.
the time.
Oh, yeah, no. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Do you just think we should rub off what we did at 10,000 or leave it?
I'll just cross it out.
Okay. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Have a look on stream if you can actually see that cross, because it's kind of hard to see it through my little one. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
I haven't even done a second yet.
LazarBeam, probably. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Like some proper time lapse. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
Alright, I'm gonna head into town.
Yay!
Get you an energy drink.
Thank you. LazarBeam, LazarBeam. Oh, when do you want me to like? Do you want to time that's the whole time you're going? It's been 2 seconds.
I guess so. Or you can turn it off.
Okay. You probably only need like a minute. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. It's definitely recording at 1080, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 bang, LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Say lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Thank you, Lena. Lena, sorry. That support means a lot. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. Let's turn off the GoPro. Let's do a time lapse for the YouTube video. Very serious. Oh. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 Ugh, I felt my throat just stopped working for a second, man. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh. Man. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. 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 Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 bang, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Oh, my jaw is like cramping. LazarBeam, 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 something by boat. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh, jeez, what is it? Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. 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 Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeim, 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 LazarBeim 15,000. We've gone for 2 hours and 46 minutes. I'm proud that he made it at 15,000. Thanks, Lena. Alright. Alright. Let's keep on going. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. How do I... LazarBeam. Right, let's just change in something on the string. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. Where's Charlie? LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Oh, LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, lesbian, 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 lesbian. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam LazarBeam. I need to open a window. Yeah, my fingers getting like sore from clicking. LazarBeam. Alright, here we go. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. If you're watching this stream right now, Josh, give me a wave. And just see Josh on his phone next door. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh my gosh. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. MK, lesbian, thank you, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. I can't wait to 20,000. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Let's go. 20,000. Oh, that feels good. That feels very good. I'm going to reward myself with a nice big drink. The 5,000 more to go until I get my energy drink surprise. Oh. I still just I can't take long breaks though because otherwise I'm going to be here for like over 24 hours and I got to get this done in 24 hours, so I can't take breaks. So I'm happy with that. Feels good finally passing that 20,000 at between 10,000 and 20,000 felt like a long, long time. Alright, let's do this. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. How long have I been going for so far? 3 hours and 43 minutes. Ellipse. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam LazarBeam, 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 Shalom. LazarBeam, 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 beam, LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, 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 bean, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 being, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, lesbian, LazarBeam, LazarBeam, lesbian, 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 beam, lesbian, 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 beam, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. All right, guys, I just gotta go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Oh, I haven't walked for a few hours. Oh, alright, I'm back. Alright. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 2222. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam,
How's it going?
LazarBeam.
What are you up to?
22,921.
Let's go. Made a lot of progress.
Yeah.
Well, I got a little surprise for you. I got
Like
you.
right now?
Yeah, right now.
Oh, true.
I got you what I like to call a LazarBeam lunch.
Oh,
And
let's go.
a pie.
Oh,
LazarBeam loves pies.
oh, that looks beautiful. A tradie lunch. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Regan. Oh, I probably shouldn't fizz this up. Thank you, Regan. Oh.
It could be mint or it could be steak and
Okay, that's all good.
cheese.
Oh, this looks beautiful. I'll take that. And now get back to LazarBeam.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm talking like I'm like from like kindergarten or like I'm like, I don't know, some like, I don't even know what I'm saying. Sorry if I'm talking really badly. It's just because my voice is so like just sore and like it's so weird. I've said LazarBeam so many times that I can just like I'm just saying LazarBeam and not even like thinking it in my head. I'm just thinking about other shit in my head and I'm just like saying it and not even like noticing. It's real weird. Anyway, let's try this pie. Oh yeah. Damn, these actually are really good pies.
Hello.
Okay, let's go. One more bite and then back to work. And maybe want some beef. Tradie lunch, let's go. Actually, I did fix it. Beautiful. Thank you, Regan. I really needed that. Oh, okay. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
Your mum did the compress.
Sorry?
Your mum did the compress.
About what?
I was carrying a bunch of Red Bull.
Oh, LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Yeah, take that. Remember, it's a surprise, but you can take that. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. 2,000 more to go. And then I get my energy drink surprise, even though I'm just not doing it. Oh, yeah. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Choking on stream. Do you mind grabbing me a paper towel as well? I'm forgetting how to eat and I can't talk properly. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Oh, so good. Man, I was hungry. Mm. Mm. All right, here we go. You rinse it right? Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Pardon. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. 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 Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. 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 Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Do you get those Gatorades?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Sweet. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. You should go watch time lapse as well and look at your time lapse. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. It came out really nice. Lesbian. Huh? Yeah, I just came for lunch. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. You swipe up to watch the videos. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. You search up lesbian on YouTube now with like one of the higher sort of searches now. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian,
Yeah, we're not too
La-
far from the top, you know.
Yeah, I know.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Be right back, guys. Just gonna brush off all my crumbs from the plate. Got 1,000 to go. This feels crazy walking. Also, by having such boredom like I do right now, oh, you should probably record this. It's such kind of interesting.
What's up?
It's crazy. Like, having this amount of boredom, like, I've been saying LazarBeam for over 4.5 hours now. And, like, being this bored and just, like, nothing going on, the littlest things entertain you. Like, say, I don't know, Josh just goes out to his car over there and starts building. Most entertaining thing. When you came in for a door, I was like, holy crap, this is the best time of my life. I don't know, it's just little thing, like just the tiniest things just entertain you. So even standing up, just go for a walk feels like just, I don't know, just it's so entertaining. Like when you're so bored, just like, yeah, little things can be entertaining. Kind of crazy. But anyway, I got 1,000 more to go. Smash this out. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
Fucking beat, man.
What?
Hit my toe.
Oh. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I kind of like dozed off at one stage, but I was still like saying LazarBeam, and I was clicking here.
Wait, what?
I was clicking here.
Oh my.
So it wasn't even like going off, and I had like my eyes closed and stuff. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Is that actually ready? This surprise.
I haven't filled it up.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. I'm 500 away. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. 500 more. Getting close. LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Oh, 100 to go. Let's go. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. I'm 9 away, by the way. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Are you ready? LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam.
Let's go.
Holy
Made it.
moly.
A quarter of the way.
Oh, yeah. Hey, would you look at that? Quarter of the way. 4 hours. Nearly 5 hours. 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, God. I still need to speed it up a little. But that's all right. Yay. I'm a quarter away. Oh, cheers. Thank you. All right. What's my What's my energy drink surprise?
Your energy drink surprise. All right. Hold up.
It's really that's not even. That's not even.
That's right.
It's very not like the top isn't even.
Huh?
It's not level.
I'll fix it once I get the camera.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Regan's just setting up the bed camera, and then getting my energy drink surprise, whatever that is. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. Okay.
Okay.
What is my surprise for 25,000?
So your 25. Guess your surprise is
Yep.
a camelback
Okay.
that is filled with Red Bull.
Oh. Sweet. Let's go. Does it actually have Red Bull?
Yep.
Yo.
It'll
Shut
be
this
nice
on.
and energized.
This is gonna be really unhealthy. Damn. Okay, let's try this. Oh, it's a little uncomfortable. It's definitely screwed up right. Like
Yeah.
completely if I sit back. Okay. Oh, a little bit like that. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, I've got a camelback right now of Red Bull. Okay, this will keep me motivated. Jeez. Kind of always wanted to have that's Red Bull to camelback. Let's go. Okay. Bro, I'm ready to get to 50,000 now. Where I get the LazarBeam theme song. And the Shui.
Let's
Oh,
go.
that'll be interesting. Alright. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Oh no. How did I accidentally put this over there? LazarBeam. Alright, there we go. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. This little camelback red ball isn't too bad. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. This is going to make me speak nice and fast, I think. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeim. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam,
I'm gonna go grab some lunch.
LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. What was that?
I'm gonna go grab some lunch.
LazarBeam. Alright. Will I be able to try one of the Gatorades as well?
Yep, I'll give it to you.
Oh, is that your house?
Yeah.
Oh. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
What do?
What do you hit? Oh.
Whoops. Whoopsie daisy.
I got you. LazarBeam, LazarBeam,
Sorry.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
My bad.
LazarBeam. You have the whole string's down, so you're gonna have to like find the hole. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. You need to put the map through it as well. Very good.
What?
The map. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Careful, man. LazarBeam, go maybe get my sisters or my mum's help if you need it. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian.
Good. Problem solved.
Sweet. Yeah, I'll see that. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Can you do one more thing before you leave? Lesbian. Just take the camera off the tripod so like if I wanted to film something, good. Thanks. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. I just pop up here. Or even just on my bed. Oh, no, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, sure.
See you later.
So, lesbian, 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 lesbian. I'm just hitting for 5 hours as well. Yeah. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. It's getting a bit uncomfortable. My camelback are reboot. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Sorry again. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Hi, it's Annika. How are you doing? LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Shot Annika. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. 30,000, let's go. Alright, I'm just going to go and fill up my drink bottle. I'll be right back, guys. So, I'm getting a bit low. All right, and I'm back. I like your content a lot. Thank you so much. I was wondering what country you guys are from. I am from New Zealand. We're from New Zealand, yeah. Where's Regan? He comes back and forth a bit. He's kind of filming for this video and all that. And yeah, when we like reach these things, he comes in and all that. And yeah, no, you'll see Regan come into the stream probably very soon again. All right, here we go. Time to crank out another 20,000 and then I get to do the LazarBeam theme song, Shui. And you get to hear Regan sing, actually. I bet Regan's actually practicing his singing right now. All right, here we go. Actually, I just said LazarBeam. Oh, I just said it again, so that's two. Okay. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. I don't know what my dog's doing. He's barking at me. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Oh my god, I'm nearly about to go to 6 hours of this. It's taking me 6 hours to get 30,000. Jeeps. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. So for the snaps, Lou. You know, I actually got some popcorn. I mean, I've nearly ate it all, but got some popcorn crumbs left. Oh, well, done. So how's this? LazarBeam, 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 Beam, LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 yeah. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Yes, Brad. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Sounds good. Sounds good, bro. Yeah, I know. It kind of sounds like that. Skip clips. I know. I can't think about that. But it's so hard. I just accidentally say that. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. I'm probably nearly am saying that. That's why. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Am I hungry or thirsty? I have a lot of food around me. I've been chipping away at that. Also, Regan came in on the stream earlier and gave me Australian tradie lunch, which was a pie and a V, and then also had 25,000. Oops, did I just knock that? And then also at when I had 25,000, he gave me my energy drink surprise, which was this Camelback, which is full of Red Bull, which is really bad for me. And then also I've got like a heap of water by me and stuff as well. But yeah. So yeah, I have lots of stuff. I just don't eat or drink that much because considering that I've been going for 6.5 hours and at 33,000 will mean I'm going to be pulling a bit of an all-nighter. So, and I don't really want to be pulling a whole all-nighter, so that's why I just got to keep on going. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Spending risks not to pull up to school on Monday. Yeah, but at this rate, I'll be still seeing for the LazarBeam by Monday. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh, my jaw cramps up, dude. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, LazarBeam, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yeah, skip clips. Whenever I think, I try not to think about that. That's what I'm saying, because when I think about it, then I just start saying it even more. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Don't have time for that, skip clips. Otherwise, yeah, don't have time for that. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 beam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Appreciate split lips. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Yeah, this is not an easy challenge skit. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Very fun. I think that deserves a little drink break. Shameless. It's another 5,000 now to 40,000. Whoa. That's gotta hit. Oh, hi. Just having a drink break at 35,000.
How you feeling?
I don't even know how I feel. I just, I don't know. Yeah. I really don't know.
Well, yeah, so
35,000, so I was just having a drink. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Not gonna lie, my Red Bull comeback is like so helpful. I just like get like RedLl hits every now and then.
Yeah.
Just basically. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Are we definitely doing all the things you're on your plane?
Yeah.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. I think you might have to count the night here, brother.
I think I will.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Yes.
Or you could be a little bit hungry. They got you a sandwich. It's a little bit squished.
How did this
I
squish?
don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Gatorade. More energy.
Oh yeah.
So now you're going to be bouncing off the walls.
Let's go. I've never had Gatorade in my whole life. But apparently, you told me it tastes like Powerade.
Yeah.
Oh!
Jeez.
And you just dropped my sandwich. Oh yay, food. People are asking before, like, do I eat and drink? Yeah, this is my first ever Gatorade I've ever had. Oh yeah, literally just tastes the exact same as Powerade.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's same LazarBeam. You were meant to hit 50k at 2? Yeah, that was my original goal, but a little off. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Should definitely show them how long it's been going for.
Yeah.
Which is 6 hours and 40 minutes.
Holy, has it really been that long?
It's really been that long.
Doesn't feel like it for me.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Yeah, no, I've never had Gatorade. In New Zealand, there's another thing called Powerade, and that's what I've usually had. Are you going to post this on your main? Yes, correct. Yeah, there's going to be like a 10-minute like version of it, and it's going to be put more into like a story, and yeah, that's what Regan's filming, and yeah, and then we're going to use clips from the live stream for the main video. Yeah, but I'm live streaming this to prove to you guys that I'm actually going to do it. Yeah, and I appreciate your guys' support. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. I reckon you should make another time lapse sometime.
Yeah. Oh.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
I've been sending this live stream to all like LazarBeams famous friends. Hopefully they might see it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. On Instagram or what?
Yeah.
Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. I posted on my Instagram story. Let's go! That's what we want. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, Ted lesbian as well. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yeah. Liam posted it. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 like, oh, I'll just run over my phone. My phone's too loud. Sweeties. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Here it is. Let's go. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Hey, you even featured reading. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam. You guys should send this link up to the live stream to Lesbian as well. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. You know, like post on their story, or if you guys watching the stream like Liam did, I'll repost it on the R.I.S YouTube story so you guys get like a little shout out. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Ugh. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Ugh. I will skip clips. Thank you. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. I'll post it on all my accounts. Thank you so much. And Ted lesbian. Oh, no, sorry, Ted. Yeah, Ted. My the Instagram account so I can repost it on my story as well. Thank you. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Damn, I'm about to crack 7 hours reading.
7 hours.
Yeah. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. What? It's a fake one. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. That's the one that I know. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Regan can't be. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Yeah.
Make it TikTok.
And like tag LazarBeam in it.
Yeah.
You just make a count. Or just do that. Yeah. Promote them to okay, yeah.
Just make a whole new TikTok.
Or even if you have an account, just post on that.
What about the risk account? Old one.
No, because that just won't pop.
Okay. I'll make a new one.
Just post on your regular mother account. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Not copyright. Don't.
Sorry.
Do that shit down. I do not want it taken down for copyright though. Oh, if this gets taken down for copyright now, dude. LazarBeam. I shouldn't even say that word because it'll pick up on YouTube shit. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Did you tag the R.I.S Instagram account split clips because it's not popping up on mine? LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
How do we do this?
LazarBeam, LazarBeam. You do it however you want. I'm just
Never made a TikTok before.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Surely you should like angle off like I reckon off the counter as well. So like do some on my face and then some on it. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 and make sure you have some like trendy song in the background or something. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam.
Oh,
What?
my phone died.
Oh.
That's stink.
Do you have the same charger as me?
Probably.
Oh, I nearly felt it.
No,
It's hit.
I don't.
LazarBeam,
That's a
LazarBeam,
different
LazarBeam,
charger.
LazarBeam. Plus button. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
I feel like we can make a song out of this.
Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Oh, shot, Swaggy Kai. Thank you. Whoever Swaggy Kai is, just tell me, shot. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Let's go. Link the video and everything. Absolute freaking legend. And this too. Thank you. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Holy crap, the rest of YouTube's blowing up. Instagram. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yeah, thank you so much. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Are you going to put it on charge?
Yeah.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. What was that, Chuck?
Go back to mine.
Okay. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Shot Liam for just spamming freaking lesbian with the thing. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yeah, if you make your account public, no pressure if you don't want to, but then no, I'll be actually able to see it. LazarBeam, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Alright guys, I ready to go to the toilet. I'll be back very soon. Right. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Thanks. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Oh man. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Appreciate all the Instagram story tags, guys. Means a lot. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Huh? Do that again.
What are you up to now?
Oh, I just put this over here and something. How did I get back last time? I'm at 38,000. damn it. Let's go back. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Do you bring your phone shot?
Yep.
LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 I reckon you should put in the film with the camera and talk about how people put it on their stories and stuff like that.
How much fun was TikTok?
What else is? LazarBeam. LazarBeam. Oh, maybe I don't know. LazarBeam. No, I do. Yeah. Oh.
I've been doing a sneeze this time.
LazarBeam. You should do that text to speech stuff as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh man, I don't know how to do it, but yeah.
That's pretty easy. Sorry? LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Huh?
So quiet.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam,
Maybe like
Huh?
talk loud from TikTok.
Okay.
Sorry.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam,
TikTok, like on the campus, and think you're saying lesbian.
That's not really what I mean for that text description.
I don't know how to do it.
Like, you just write down what you want to say, and then you can like put voices. Like, say like, my friend is saying lesbian 100,000 times. We need your guys' support on the stream. I don't know, something like that. Oh, and then you need to get the link off the stream and put it into your bio, so people can actually get onto the stream. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. It's going to be on Regan's TikTok account. I'll tell you the name of it once it's posted. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yeah, he really doesn't. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Someone just said you have no idea how to use TikTok.
Yeah, I have got no clue whatsoever. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. No. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Just saying the bio on the like the bio as well, say tag lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Or tag at whatever TikTok his TikTok lesbian's TikTokers. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh, no such a thing. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
What music should I?
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Huh?
It's not any music. They're quite quiet.
You could have. No, it's up to you. It was just good at recommending one. Just have one like, and then just turn the music like right down. Just have some like really trendy music.
It's a trendy song.
Which I think if you go like somewhere on music, it like shows you. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. 40,000.
Hey!
Feels nice.
2 more K.
Give her that stupid 3. Yeah. 40K. That feels like progress now. Happy. And it took me nearly 8 hours.
I have a feeling we're gonna be up at like 3 in the morning.
Probably. But yeah, I'm gonna have a really quick break, go toilet again, and then I'll be back.
Who knew a TikTok would be so complicated? Or can someone comment down like a trendy TikTok song? Because I'm such a noob with TikTok. How's that? The next episode. That's a great one.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, 40,000. Let's go. Sandwich. Good stuff. LazarBeam.
That's definitely the wrong song to use.
All right, let's do it. Actually, no, I'm gonna have some water. Then let's do this. Number 10,000. Have you practiced your singing again for 50,000?
Yeah.
Okay, not off the heart. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
You can actually know it. Alright, here we go. Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
I think that's good to post.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
Wait, should I say sinless or
Lesbian,
tamed?
lesbian, 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 lesbian. Tad. And put his at in the tad and actually do his at. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
Are you going to put the video link in the description?
No, in your bio, on your portfolio.
What?
On your portfolio, in your bio.
On my profile?
Yeah. Okay, so they can't. They won't be able to click on them.
Could I put link and bio?
Sorry.
Link to video and bio.
Just say that. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Maybe string. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 What show am I doing the shitty out of the world with? Well, when like Rick my shoe, I don't do a good shoe. Have you thought about what show? If you want to use one like our shoes, you might ask my mum. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. You pass it. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Can you just fit something there? No. Oh, don't worry. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 Thanks, Thomas. Yeah, thanks for the motivation. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
How do I get the link?
You just copy it from YouTube. Right? You know where you go share. You just click copy. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Shut Brad. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh, would you be able to reposition that? You got it. Thanks. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian.
I'll see a TikTok.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yeah, I'll do watch now.
Say LazarBeam 100,000 times.
It's very quiet.
Yeah. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. You had some hashtags in?
Yeah.
Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh yeah, I got my Josh Entertainment bit. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. If you want.
Just for now.
Sorry.
Just for now.
Thank you. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Did you add that in your reply? There's someone like that. So yeah. You go edit, and then you go YouTube, add YouTube to your profile. And then, yeah, again, so it works. Lesbian. Because I can't click that, but once it's on that, then it can. Lesbian. Sorry?
My YouTube.
Lesbian.
So I have the account. I have the risk.
You don't need the risk account.
Does it?
You don't. You just go. You just copy the link. Lesbian. What? You don't. Oh, right. You don't. What's this one? Is that okay? Lesbian. Man, you don't link any passwords. Lesbian. You do it even on flip, LazarBeam. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam. What's your TikTok?
More underscore R.I.S.
What is that? Read it.
Used to be. I'll just change it.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Like dot I or just press. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. That's popping off.
Yeah, it's done very well.
LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Let me go on repeat to show that I really enjoy the engagement. Leave that on repeat for a little bit to show it. To get communication. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam Lesbian, 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 The second channel is getting the subscribers.
Okay.
The second channel is getting the subscribers.
So
Lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 Is your laptop not on anymore?
Probably not.
How come? Do you not put it on like charge? Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, lesbian, 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 LazarBeam. Oh, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Do you have some more like other stuff to film? Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Really, you're gonna have to think of some stuff. That's the probably want to maybe do some more of that stuff. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Because you only need so much to just like what you ever know. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. And a bit of beats of film and stuff before like it starts. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeim, LazarBeim. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam I really feel like you should film some more stuff. But like I'm nearly halfway. I feel like we probably don't have up to 4 minutes of footage yet. What do you think? Lesbian. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Okay. Gonna practice your synonym. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 Thank you, Stuart. Means a lot. I really appreciate any support from you guys right now. This is very hard. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Almost halfway. Yeah, I know. I can't wait. I can't wait to just be on the second half, man. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Then I don't have to think I'm not halfway anymore. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yep, thanks for reminding me, Lane. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. We have to do another like 9 hours, pretty much after that when I hit 50,000. 9 to 10 hours. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 meme, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 beam, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Short lamp. Lesbian, lesbian, LazarBeam, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh. Only 5,000 more to go. Then we're halfway. Let's go. And then try to do this one. That's gonna be interesting. We started at 8, right? Yes, I started at exactly at 8 a.m. I've been going for 8 hours and 44 minutes. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Ah. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 Oh, good strip. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Keep it up. You're so close halfway. Thanks so much. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Alright, guys, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. All right. $3,000. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 Is my hand sore from clicking? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Lesbian. Everything hurts. My jaw hurts. My fingers, like, you just don't even understand. Lesbian. I'm just determined to hit this freaking 50,000, so I'm halfway. Lesbian. Like I haven't not only just seen LazarBeam 48,000 times, I've also clicked 48,000 times. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbians, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yeah, it's not easy, Britty. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Yeah, I feel like doing that. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Just determined to get this 100,000 drill. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. My bad if I say some of your guys' names wrong. I'm just yeah, had to say a lot of words today, so my brain's not kind of thinking quite straight right now. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Thank you. Appreciate the support. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam has not dimmed me back yet, but we've still got a long time to go, so he still might see it. Hopefully one of our TikToks or something blow up. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam The TED Talk is on an account called I think hold on, I have a look. Lesbian. Or even just made a new account for it. Lesbian. It wasn't doing so well when I last looked though. More _ RIS. Lesbian. Last verse. Lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. If you're watching this, Regan, you might want to come around for the 50,000. It went too much longer. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Hello. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. You see the shoe?
Huh?
You see the shoe? Lesbian, 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 lesbian. lesbian, 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 lesbian. You might have to think how you're going to film it pretty fast. What do you reckon? You might want to think about how you're going to film it quite fast. Lesbian, 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 yeah. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 beam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Ah, I nearly missed it. Lesbian.
Yeah, let's go, Ruben. Halfway already. I mean, how far through? We are
9.5 hours.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's go! Yay!
50k, let's go.
I feel like dying. Let's go!
How are you feeling right now compared to when you first started?
I need to just remember how to say other words other than lesbian first. I've got a very, very sore headache.
Oh, jeez.
I've got a very sore throat. I don't even remember what happened for like the last few past hours. Like it's just like it's all a blur when I just think back. I don't even think I'm like in my brain anymore. If that makes any sense at all. But anyway, 50,000.
That's right.
LazarBeam thing song.
And Chewy.
All right, let's do this.
Alright. Oh, this is.
Oh, I don't have a hit.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'll pause stream. Oh, actually, no, that's it.
That was sick. Just
Yeah.
move that.
Yeah. Oh. Wait. Vale. I don't even know if I really feel like a whole thing of Red Bull.
Can I just be standing?
Do you know what you're saying? Do you know what you're saying?
Yeah, I've been practicing.
That's good. I need to do back to my LazarBeam.
Alright, let's just shoot. I got another. So do you want Red Bull or do you want Gatorade?
No, I'll.
Oh wait, did you finish your Gatorade?
Red Bull.
Did you get a signal?
Yeah, but it's at the house.
Yeah, I'll probably. I haven't drunk Red Bull for the last 2 hours to say breakfast. Okay. Do I pour it? I pour it or you pour it?
You pour it.
I wonder if it's just our late straight through the shoe. Straight through the shoe.
Here's your shoey, well your shoe, and your Red Bull.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Ooh,
Oh, that's gonna be rank
it's
as.
gotta hold it.
That's an old shoe too.
At least it's holding it.
Oh, that's gonna be yuck.
That's a lot, dude. Okay, we ready?
Alright, I'm gonna sing the LazarBeam theme song.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Here's the LazarBeam, he's a true blue. He's the best.
LazarBeam, me.
Huh?
You mean here's to Ruben?
Oh,
Here we go.
here's the Ruben, he's a true blue. He's a piss swap through and through. He's a bastard, so they say. He was meant to go to heaven, then he went the other way. He went down, 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 down. Sup, sup, sup.
I did it.
Right. That's very disgusting.
Ugh. What do you mean? That's clean as. It actually tasted normal. Now I got Red Bull over me. Man, I'm enjoying this.
Alright, well, back to saying LazarBeam.
That's saying LazarBeam.
That was your bit of entertainment for the day.
Wasn't that a bit of fun stream? Ugh.
Oh, I forgot the lyrics for a second.
Yeah. I'm really so stupid. Did you watch that on the stream? Did you watch it on the stream? I reckon you should do a time lapse when it's like starting to get dark.
Okay.
So you know you can like see it like going dark. Anyway, that's my LazarBeam. All right, and back we go. Feels good though. We're halfway, boys and girls. 9 hours 43. Okay, here we go. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Just if that's feeling low, it's just timing it there. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Feels so good to be past 50 colours. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Because now I know I can do it. I've done half of it. I'll just do the same thing again. Sorry, I should never bring it slight here. It's now that's lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. I feel like maybe that's still a little bit cut out. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Oh yeah, reading surprises. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Just took it right off. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian.
What?
What's lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. It doesn't seem quite right, really. I think this needs to be tighter. This needs to be tighter. It shouldn't be able to just twist around this bit. You need to tighten this one more. It shouldn't be able to, like, it's just twisting around. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. And then just move it by this bit. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. So I'll start. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Definitely it's different this time. Because, well, last time we did, like, the microphone arm wasn't even in the frame.
Well, that's because the laptop's been there.
What was it like last time?
Higher up.
Or on that, not on that much of an angle. Is there any chance you make more, like, straight up? Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian. Sorry? Alright. What else have you got? What other ideas have you got for filming that?
I've done all that.
Sorry?
Done all that.
I feel like you need more than that. And also the time lapse footage goes down, but I feel like we probably don't have enough footage here. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, LazarBeam, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, LazarBeam, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeim, 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 LazarBeim Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Sending our love from 3000. Thank you. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. I don't know why it took me so long to process that number. I'm just not thinking too straight right now. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Appreciate it, Keegan. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Beam, lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 plus lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Alright guys, I'm just gonna head off to the toilet. I'll be back in a sec. Lesbian, 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 LazarBeam, You have dinner? I don't have time for dinner. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Ugh. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Still at it, first go. Still at it. Nearly 11 hours now, Thomas. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 past 11 hours. Soon we're gonna have to restart the stream. That's gonna be a pain. LazarBeam. Apparently, YouTube doesn't archive streams or something if you stream past 12 hours. So it's gonna have to be a part 2 for this. LazarBeam. LazarBeam. Oh, the amount of comments I've got think I'm saying lesbian. LazarBeam. Just can't go to say it fast, otherwise I'll let you be here for like weeks. And sometimes it starts to sound like lesbian, I know. LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, LazarBeam, LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. LazarBeam, 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 LazarBeam. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. 60,000, let's go. Man, I needed that. That felt like a long time felt. 60,000. Living hours in. Just doing no toilet, guys. All right. LazarBeam. lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 Appreciate it, Thomas. LazarBeam. Yeah, it is going to be turned into a video. That's why Regan's been on and off stream filming bits, and he's been filming heaps, and that's going to be the main channel video. But this, I'm live streaming it to prove that I'm actually doing this for real. Otherwise, like, it'd be so easy to fake a video like this. And, yeah. LazarBeam. Also, there'll be some footage used off live stream in the video. Yeah, I'm hoping so. LazarBeam. lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. By Georgie Rose. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, lesbian, lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Lesbian, 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 lesbian. Alright, guys, I'm going to have to end our first stream here because YouTube doesn't save the live streams if it goes over 12 hours, so I will have to start up a new stream.